Good morning. How is everyone today? Gonna get going. A little chat on Discord right now. All right. What are we gonna do today? I'm gonna play with cassowary a little bit. I want to understand it a little bit more. All right. We didn't have in our current setup. We don't have these the width and height of the topmost element. Let's rename some of these. I'm gonna say, yeah, let's get rid of. You can see I was playing around with this before. Not today, but like months ago. These will be for border box. Block. Top. You know what? Let's just make those descriptive. Top. Left. There we go. Now we have text. Oh, we're doing that. Come on. Seriously? All right. We have that and that. Let's see, Align doesn't have those. Let's just test out this first. Will it blend? Yes. Okay. Seriously, come on. Am I holding shift instead? I think I'm holding shift instead of control. My hands are like in the wrong spot. Happy Sunday, everyone. Hope you're all having a good weekend. Top left is equal to 0. Top. Oh, it's top. Yeah, that should have been box. Fix that in a moment. Right. Bottom. BB. That's our border box. Let's just change. I don't like BB. Let's call it box. Okay. In this case, these get set to some number, right? Some number that Godot has given this thing. And we will say that here we're going to have it 10.0 for the right side and 5.0 for the bottom. Okay, now what are we going to do for the text? We'll add those for the box, but I think we're supposed to add those constraints after we do the text ones. Now in this case, again. My Vim fingers just haven't woken up today. All right. Oh, I skipped one. Go. Gonna be box left, box top, box right, box bottom. We add those constraints. The box constraints. And I'm doing this from memory. This is, I think, the closest we get here. Those we don't need. These don't even exist. All right, then we just fetch the changes. It really should only happen once, but let's see. Oh. No capture on that. No capture. There we go. And 4 changed. 2, 3, 6, and 7. Wow. What does that mean? 0, 1, 2, 3. So this is 2 and 3. And then 6 and 7. So zeros just don't get set. Wow. Just wow. Never gets set. But if we change this to, let's say, a 1, I'm going to change the tunes here in a moment. Stations. Normally we kind of do chill. We'll see how the chill pop goes. Might or might not work. Excuse me. Was I muted the whole time? Did I just flip the mutes? I'm so sorry. All right, let me see. Can I actually hear? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I heard myself cough. Okay, that's great. All right, here we go again. There we go. All right, now in this case, there were no changes? Nothing changed? Why did nothing change? What? What am I supposed to do this after each call to add constraints? Sorry, I lost my unit tests. All right. Okay, so no changes for 33, 44, 56, or 59. Does that make sense? Oh, we should have removed these constraints up here before adding the next set. That's right. That's probably why they stayed at 0. Because these are strong. Strong. Yep. Should have removed them. Oh, remove constraint. They do them one at a time. See. Solver dot remove constraint. D. Okay. Result. Oh. Okay. Fine. Don't care about the result there. Okay. So now we add these, remove them, add this, continue. So 6, 7, 3, and 2 got set again. So the same effect as before. And if we change these at the very top level, required. Yep, got that imported. Oh. Okay, so this doesn't change anything. Get rid of that. Simplify it. Nope. How do we get these zeros to propagate through? I want to know that this actually changed. So the problem happens when we have something like a box right or something else that just happens to land on 0. Right, we could have some other sort of magic value that represents 0. Right, but that's awful. Okay, so I think the problem's coming up in text. Or in here, we're trying to avoid laying out the text if width and the other values have not been set. So we can come up with another way to do this and not rely on the zeros. So it's a very, I don't know. The chill base. There it is, 0. Okay, what else? How do we change this? Let's say that we're only going to lay out if we have width and height. If self.width, no, self.left is not equal to self.right, and self.top not equal to self.bottom. That will end up with some oddities if it happens to be constrained so that that's the case. That would be a weird UI. Let's just hope that's less awful than what we currently have. We have this issue and then the render issue, where text isn't actually rendering soon enough. So, how are we going to fix that one? Oh, man. Gonna check something. Okay. So that built. Where's Godot? It's kind of a slow day today, isn't it? Come on. What? No, no. Oh, no. I thought it was... Did I hit one too many button? Huh. That should be left. Okay. Ah, goodness. So we're going to go back into thumbs up song. Space. Does have space. bring this over here. What do we get this time? We got right, bottom, and left were set. Oh, and top. So the right and left are very small. I think the problem here is that got rendered too early. It rendered once, set some sort of constraint, and now it's trying to enforce that constraint. It's consistent at least. Center, start. What if we did end here? Gotta be these. Birkin, good morning. Today's Sunday, and you come here to talk to me about God. Good morning, Perkin. Good morning, Perkin, and happy Sunday to you. You know what? Just dawned on me. See, what happens if the width is not set here? And if this only has a height set, and the width isn't set, then the width is basically infinite, right? And then we have to set the height. So maybe this should actually be split up into two things. Right, detecting that height's not set, detecting that width's not set. If that's the case, behaving differently. Oh, what are we doing? Yeah, we're working on this. Trying to get the text working right. Right now, this text doesn't fill out the box. And it has to do with the constraints. So we're using a crate called cassowary. And cassowary is a constraint solver. You define variables and relationships between the variables. So up here, you can see we're pretending we have a box. We got, the text element, and because each of these only has 4 variables. And then we add the constraints. We say that the text left is equal to the box left, and the top to the top, right, bottom, bottom. And then we say the box left is set to 0. The box right is set to 10. And at the end, we want to see that the text right has been set because of this relationship here. Okay. And this is how we do our UI. Right? Each widget just adds constraints. But the text constraints, where are they? Here, are getting in the way. They're kind of special in that these constraints here are designed for being inside of either a V box or an H box, where they're aligned horizontally or vertically stacked, in which case the UI system is actually expecting text based on the width we give you. What is your height? So it needs to answer that question. And it's trying to do that here. However, it's already given a width and a height in the case that we're using it in. So we need it to not do this. And out of curiosity, when this first got set up, we had right, bottom, left, and top. Okay, these are all valid, but I don't know if they actually happen because of this. Here, let's comment this out and test it without this. I suspect that it's because of these constraints here. Oh, and even if I'm focusing, if I don't have like I'm focused on the screen, feel free to interrupt. Usually I just end up focused when the chat's quiet, which probably then propagates the effect. Ito, good morning. We are improving our UI system here. Okay. I'll show you, Ito. Okay, yeah. As I expected earlier, we have our top and our left defined here. So we only got one of each of those values set. Even though the border box got bottom, left, and right, the text got top and left set. How and why that does it that way, I don't know. I mean, left here is -0. How does that make any sense? Because floating points, you can have -0. But what we're working on. So this is a little piece of UI. We're trying to get the text in here to set up correctly. So we've got a little UI system. We can align this at the different endpoints. You can see that's working awesome. Can change our border box. Actually, this thing looks squished. It's supposed to be wider than it is tall. Anyhow. But we can do things like change the shape of this. Our little boxes. And the big picture, we're working on stream overlays. Stream overlays using Godot and Rust. Oh, that's not good. Where did that die? That text didn't get updated. You can see when we were dragging that slider for the border box, the left changed the text. So why is it the text should have been updated? Let's go back to border box. Let's adjust the right side. Okay. Left. Hey, that's not fair. Is it because of this guy? Yeah, I'm going to delete a line for a moment. Cancel. No. We want text to be right up there. Now they're actually stacked. The line not doing anything. That is odd. That should have at least given us an error. Something, but no. Did text right get set? It must have. Text right. Bottom. We need to bail out if I want to see if that's happening. That's not good. Okay. Oh, shoot. I got this backwards. If they're equal, not if they're not equal. Okay, shake off the cobwebs. Here we go. And that should build. Let's give Godot a kick. Kick in the boot. Oh, look. Yep. Perfect. Okay. If we add to it. Good. Okay. Now let's toss that inside of a line. And we simplify this. Setting something. Larg, whatever we want to call it. We play with the line. Center. Okay. A line. That didn't work. Why? Did it not render the text? Oh, where was it? Right here. Oh, we're good. So at the beginning, it didn't render the text. Zenocron, good morning. Good morning, sir. I think we should actually come back up here. We're in the tree. Bro. Do some stuff. Should these deregister and register constraints actually be outside of this? Interesting thought. Because what if we change this to an or? Right? If one or the other is not yet set. For me, it's like if the width isn't set, then we have basically an infinite width. We just render all on one line. That's not super helpful, right? This line width here, if this ends up being 0, this right minus left, then actually we want to use infinity. Thank you for the follow. Godot 3. Thank you for the follow. Took me a moment to parse that. It's like, wait, oh, that hurts. Like, All right. In this case, can we even match on a floating point? Yes. Okay. Aren't they different? Probably. And I don't think that we can actually match on it for because it doesn't implement equal. You can't do floating point things because they don't implement equal. So instead, we'll do if unscaled width. Let's see, equal to 0. But this is okay. Let's check. I want to see something. As you pointed out, Zenocron, um, what is... Yeah, if the Godot print should end up in the output. -0, 0. Just let's see if those are the same. Oh, it's true. They are equal. All right. So we don't have a width. And our line width is equal to infinity. I don't know if I like where this is going, though. So let's say we weren't given a width because we're inside of an H box, right? Or yeah, in a horizontal box, right? In this case, probably only want to do that if both are unset. Because if one or the other is unset, you actually have to split this piece here up. So calculate the scaling, render it out. We're going to get rid of previous height and previous width. Those go away. And in this case, we only generate these constraints if we didn't have those values set beforehand. So if self.left is equal to self.right, then we know that our width was unset. And we'll do the same thing with the height. Great one. That sounds better. All right. Let's split this up. Do one of these in each one. Toss one of those there and there. Get rid of that. Gotta do that before we get in there. This after both. Get rid of this one. Okay. We're working on this one here. No width constraint. So in this case, get rid of that. Get rid of top and bottom. We're keeping left and right. Okay. Now we get rid of left and right. Only have top and bottom. We're creating the height constraint. Macro Ramish 6, thank you for the follow. This happens when inside a V box, H box, where for example, in a V box, the width will be provided. The inner component will have to generate its own height constraint. Okay. Let's change these to strong. Because now we're only adding them if they're not already set. We're not fighting with anything else here. We're just saying this is it. Okay, let's look at this again. So we have layout. If left is equal to right and top is equal to bottom, we bail. I didn't want to spam Godot. You know how Godot gets a little, what is it? If you give it too much to print, it'll stop printing because it affects the frame rate. So I want to avoid that little cliff there. I'm using the ePrint line just to see it. All right. So in the case that a width is not given, come in here, we set our top and left. It's fine. Presume to be 0. Now, deconstruct self. We set our scale based on the text. Then, if right and left are not set, that's fine. Now, we didn't do the same thing for the height because we do not constrain this component's width based on height. We don't have a way to do that. Text just doesn't flow based on the height. You don't like give it some sort of height constraint and then it figures out, oh, well, how am I going to wrap? It's usually you give it a width constraint and then you're given a height. So I can see it like an image. You can do it both ways. Text, you typically don't. What would be neat though? What would be cool? Like, okay, you've got this much height. Go. And it figures out, well, what's the minimum width I can display in? We could do that. Not today though. That'd be neat. Oh, that would be neat. Have like a vertical word wrap. Like, okay, this is the entire height that we have. Hmm. All right. So we figure out what our width and height are here. So either, you know, the width is basically infinite, and we now know our width, or it was constrained, and now we know our height. So these values were not set before, or if they're just equal, then we will take it upon ourselves to correct it. At this point, we can actually go back and be a little bit more explicit. We could use the option to these values to know whether or not it has or has not been set. But is that going to help us? What if it gets set back to 0? I don't think that helps. All right. So after that, let's restart Godot. Goodbye, Godot. My turn. Oh, look at that. Fancy. Okay, what happened? We got top and left. Well, those values should not have caused those constraints to be set. Okay. What did our width get set to then? I mean, maybe it doesn't understand infinity? Or line width? White space word wrap? Max width. Yeah, where's this used? I don't think we ever tried infinity. You're not having a good time starting out with Godot right now? Oh, what's going on? What's going on with Godot? Oh, that was like 10 minutes ago. I was just like, oof, tunnel vision. See, that those comparisons should be fine. Yeah. That's probably not the max width bit biting us. But still the constraints? All right. And just to test, before we reboot Godot here, we add that as a child there. Plus a dot one on there, okay. Why is it at 0, 0? Why? No, 0, 0 is like way over here. That and the width and height on this is still messed up. So I'm guessing that, yes, something else caused this. Gonna get rid of a line. Still thinner. Like the width and height of this. Width should be 5, height 3. It looks like it's backwards. 3, 3. Oh my goodness. It is backwards. What? Width and height, width and height. Constraints. Child bottom is height. Child right is width. How is that backwards? That's not backwards. Self dot height. It's fine. Set dimensions. Okay. I don't see what's wrong there. That looks correct. I'm guessing it's those inner constraints then. Did we get the text inner constraints backwards? Right, left, left, right. Lodka 8, good morning. How are you? Alright, well it built. Let's go ahead and Try this again. And what is with these being height 1? That's not the height. I'm gonna close that. Reload it. Need to pick up that DLL. Well, shared library. Testing the game. We're doing stream effects right now. We're trying to get little things so that when somebody's following or uses channel points, it actually goes bling, does stuff. But we are using some of the game bits, and this is still backwards. Okay. We come back into the terminal. It did not tell us. Did not tell us that we are adding a width or a height constraint. We didn't go in there. So then why is this? How is this backwards? They're going the wrong way. What? I must have flipped it somewhere. Okay, so let's look at space again. Little sanity check. Width, height. Fine. Nothing there. When they get set, we call resize. Right. They start out as 0 and 0. Nothing very interesting here. We do call when we're ready, we resize. Where's resize? Resize is right here. In this case, we take our self.width and our self.height and pass it in to set dimensions. Set dimensions sets self.width to W, which looks like it's self.width here. And then we call update constraints. Update constraints eventually calls create constraints, in which we say that the child's right, every one of our child's right side is self.width. Every one of the child's bottom is self.height. That seems correct. And we have left and top both set to 0. Done. Okay. Now, I'm going to do the little am I going crazy check. And I'm going to do a DBG here on self, just to make sure, because you never know. Maybe something else is messed up and not our code. So let's go to border box. Create constraints. Okay. Oh, I was messing around with this. Child right. Seems okay so far. Child top. Yeah, it's all top based. And where we render, let's go check on render. Here. It's going to debug this. So I'm going to see what top, left, right, and bottom are on this. Oh. Fine. We'll borrow self. Okay. And in space. Restart Godot. Wherever this width and height thing got flipped, driving me nuts. Maybe it's a constraint? Didn't see any though. All right, just gonna open that. Uh-oh. It's spamming the console. All right, let's be a little bit more specific about what we debug out. Let's just do E print line here. The space. We'll have self.width and self.height. All right. Border box. Gonna be top right, bottom left. Okay. Oops, that needs a dot. Okay. Let's try again. Oh, there we go. Space 3 and 5. Border box. Top right, bottom left. Top, right, bottom, and left. Width and height. Okay, what is height is 5. Let's say we want to flip that. Why is it okay now? I mean, what's going on with this? I mean, we didn't change any code. Now it's okay? All right, because as we drag the width in, yes, we should get wrapping. Good. All right, now let's add a line back. Drop that in there. Okay. Vertical end. Not rendering text. Why? Oh, let's say why. Top, bottom, left, right. Oh, because left and top are the same, but that's fine. Actually, I'm gonna close it and open it. All right. Space. Uh-oh. What's this? Got an error. Is that from the close? Align child should exist and remove child. Okay. Let's just double check. We'll add some enters there. Close that. Right. It's not there. Thumbs up. And no errors that time. Top right, bottom left looks good on border box. Now text space. We have left bottom here. If left is 1, that means that right is 0. That doesn't work. So maybe the problem is inside of a line. Vertical line. Yeah, that's not going to do anything, but horizontal. Oh. Okay. Yeah, that doesn't look right. Start. Double check those constraints. We had commented out some. So what happens if, say, for each one of the children, if our horizontal setting is set to start, then we want the child's left to be equal to our left. We're not trying to stretch the child horizontally here. Not trying to like pull it. So we definitely want the start side, the child left, to be basically equal to our left. Now, previously we had put a weak constraint on the child right, which I think helps set the value before. Let's try that again. Okay, and this is for list. This one's fine. This is also weak. All you're seeing is a black screen. And try giving it a refresh real quick. I just refreshed mine and it looks okay. The vertical, that should have. Center. That's not a very good center. I don't remember if I restarted that. Sometimes I do forget. No. Refresh fixed it? Okay. Yeah, if we. That works just fine. It really is just a line here that's not behaving well. If we went to for an end, yeah, that should actually do a little bit more. Oh, this. Again, this is because we rearranged the tree. Code doesn't actually support kind of rearranging the tree like that. Let's try it again. Okay. Then it restarts. Good. Wait, what happened? That's interesting. Vertical alignment. I put it all the way at the bottom. Why? It's really far down. Top is 3, yeah. Look at that. Space we give it is 4, 3. And vertical. So we set the child top to our top, child bottom to our bottom. And when we center it, we say that the child's top minus our top equal to our bottom minus the child's bottom. Now these are all variables, right? Yeah, these are variables. And technically, a line doesn't actually have variables that it needs to know about, right? It's just setting constraints for. Oh, it should be in the Rust side of that file. So this might be exactly the same. Child right to our right. Right? Child left to our left. The strong and weak. Those are exactly the same. Whoa, whoa, whoa. There was something different. Oh, no. It was just the type hints. Maybe alignment didn't get updated to the new lifecycle events. Oh, I forgot how to do that. Hmm. Okay. Let's check. So for alignment, we've got an alignment object. Alignment has constraints, and it has a layout node. Okay. It's child properties. Couple settings. We register the settings so you can choose start, center, and end. Right. We have with getters and setters, and that should be fine. There's our getters and setters. Now, when we enter the tree here, we're calling layout node enter tree. We go look at something like order box, right? When it enters a tree, sets it like, hey, I'm in the tree. Calls enter tree. We look at what else? List. We also add the container. What does add container do? Gets the container, sets it up. Do we need to do that? And we do have a container, don't we? Enter tree does do an add container. Okay, so we don't. Actually, list is wrong. Yeah, we were in the middle of updating that and I forgot. Yeah, save layout, add container. Okay. Order box. It calls enter tree. Just does those two elements. Fine. Now, going back to a line, look at ready. Let's pull up order box down here or up here. See, order box calls ready on layout node, but layout node registers your variables if you do that. We don't want to do that. We just want to call add cell to container. It's fine. What about list? Yep, same thing. Okay. Ready looks good. What about exit tree? Layout does not register its variables. Oh, interesting. We call deregister variables here. I don't really want to do that. I mean, is deregister variables safe to call even if you don't have any variables? Self layout. Layout was none in dereg. No, I don't care about that. Remove variables. Self the variables. Where's self come from? Here. Yeah, see, this looks like it's safe to call. But why is register variables not safe to call? We just don't have anything in our variables. That's some like cheesy optimization I was doing. I think I'd rather just call it. It's got kind of like an 80s feel to it, this right here. Yeah, that's fine. Because what ends up happening is like border box ends up having to register its variables somewhere. Where are your variables? Top right, bottom and left. Right? It calls enter tree. We call save layout. We call add container. Ready, we call that. Register variables. Asking an owner. Register variables. Takes self variables. But who else operates on self variables? You register. Register. Add self to container. Oh, here, get variable. I guess in this case, you just don't have to register them. More of an optimization, like we're just not passing this into cassowary. 'Cause even though it doesn't use it, you can still register them. It's not like it hurts them. Okay, I've convinced myself. Go back to the list. Order box. Exit tree should just be exit tree. Should be these 3 lines anyways. Take layout. Take parent container. Remove child. It's a different order though. Look at that. Take parent container. Remove child. Take layout. Huh. What if that's an issue? Guess we'll see. Let's update line. Okay. That's not lifetime. Create constraints is fine. Update constraints. Add child. Child, yep. These are pretty much the same. So the only thing we fixed in there was uh, something happening slightly out of order. Ooh, fancy. Yeah, what crashed? Ah, yes, okay. Attempted to invoke missing method variable update. Oh, that's why we didn't have it. I'm I'm okay just checking to see if that exists and not calling it. Okay, that happens in layout. Be here. Variable changes. We get the node. In this case, we're calling invoke. Invoke. Okay, this is where the error is. We could just check to see if they have the method ahead of time. If they don't, we don't call it. But I see why I did it the other way. Because now we have to have this extra check. So maybe, let's go back to a line. That was in ready, right? And here we register our variables. All right. Order box, yes. I want to register them. List. Does list want variables? No. I don't think so. Right, because border box has this update or variable update function that's supposed to be called. We're not doing that there. Okay, so variable update. Oh, you know what? We could check ahead of time. We could say, oh, we don't register the variables if you don't have a variable update function. So let's do that. I don't know, is that being a little too tricky? We check to see if owner has that. If owner dot has method variable update, we do that. Feels a little Ruby-ish. Oh, you forgot to export on ready. Oh. Oh, Xenocron, I feel for you. This is kind of a decent compromise. In this case, we're doing the check once instead of every single time a variable updates, which is good. Okay. What was Xenocron? Okay. Same effect, but I think we made some improvements to the code. Top is 0, right, bottom left. And for whatever reason, text top equal to 3. Okay, what if we remove the border box from that equation? Save it. Close it. Can you actually safely use mute self instead of unself on those handlers? Yes, you can. Because let's go back to the border box. What you don't see here is the default for native class. If you do not add a user data block here, then you actually get one that is thread only. It won't allow. It uses what is it? I forgot the name of it. In user data, because your type basically gets wrapped. There's a couple different options. It uses local cell data by default. Narendev, good morning. Good morning. And thank you for the follow. What is it? Is that Addy Leaf Tech? I'm doing fine. Doing all right. Yeah, Xenocron. If you don't specify this, you get the user cell data by default, or the local cell data. And that changes a number of things. So definitely take a look at this page. Because that changes how you use self. You're very welcome. Okay, now border box is there. X is outside of it. Border box just doesn't really have anything in it, but it's nice to be able to see where a line also is. Because a line is in the same space. Space should stack them. So it's stacking border box and a line on top of each other. And inside of a line, we have text. Go back to start. Yeah, puts it up there. End here. Nope. Oh my goodness. Those don't do anything unless it crashed. No. We are rendering. Bottom is 3, right 4. So let's get one of these working. Vertical alignment. We're working on some stream effects. So you get the little like bling when somebody follows, and if somebody uses a little thing like thumbs up the song, that sort of thing. Want to get like stuff happening on screen. All right. So go back to the console here. Not rendering text. What? Because we went back to start from center? Okay, that's set right and bottom. We went back to start. Okay. Right and bottom. Still the same values. Go to end. Right and bottom got set again. But their values didn't change. Because the constraint got added and removed. Okay. So going to close Godot. Save and close. Okay. Back to the code. Very noob question. What is Godot? Oh, sure, it's a game engine. GodotEngine.org. It is the game engine you waited for. Godot provides a huge set of common tools. You can just focus on making your game without reinventing the wheel. Godot is completely free and open source under the very permissive MIT license. No strings attached, no royalties, nothing. Your game is yours, down to the last line of engine code. All right. Yeah, it's got, features. You can make all sorts of things with it. Ooh. Fancy. That's interesting. Interesting ideas, Xenocron. Part of the reason that I went with Rust with Godot is because I wanted to learn Rust. So I kind of stuck with the Rust bit. I would actually lean on GD script over C# for this, because you can actually trim out the C# portions of the engine and have a smaller download. And for me, having something in C# versus GD script, there's no win there. C# doesn't actually buy me anything. So I'd probably just stick with GD script there. I mean, they've even got like if you set it up, what is it called? The the language server for Godot. Yeah, narrative. There are a number of other languages that can compile to a shared library that Godot knows how to load, just like Rust, right? And then if you wanted to edit the engine itself, it's written in C++, so you can do that. Yeah, download size. And the interest in Rust. I think the next version is going to be easier. So they're making some more changes to the GD native stuff. But it also, I think, has helped me understand Godot at a deeper level by understanding Rust and Rust's kind of terminology, etc. Seeing how the GD script, to charge my watch just a moment. My watch beckons. Like, feed me, Seymour, feed me. There we go. So dropped it on that. That was a loud sound. And once you start to get the hang of it, it becomes much easier. Yes, narrative. We are using the GD native project. There's some tooling available to help, get you set up with that. So inside of here, I actually have a little book user guide here, which is really, really nice. Hopeless, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Engine compatibility, etc., etc. 4.0 is not supported yet. 3.3 is mostly a non-change. I don't think Godot's been updated to support 3.3 yet and add the couple extra nodes, I think, 3.3 has. But I'm running 3.3 right now. Just I'm not using the new nodes, so it doesn't matter. Trying to mix oil and water? It's interesting. I imagine, like, I'm starting to get more and more comfortable with it. But they have some examples. There's even a full game over there, a little game in the examples. Dodge the creeps. You could, download this, get your environment set up, inspect it all. Yeah. Setting up the library. This inherits from rigid body 2D. Mutex data from mob. And notice you don't need pub on these exported functions. I keep putting pub on there anyways, just because, it's like a public thing. Hmm. All right. You're trying to use the Octo tree browser plugin to navigate the GitHub with ease. I'm not big on plugins. I just like it took me forever to even get like Dark Reader set up. I just don't do plugins. What is this one? IPFS? Yeah, that should go away. I don't use it. Bye-bye. We're sorry to see you go. Hey, welcome, Zetacron. And please, if you have issues, let us know. Because you're jumping into two very quick moving or very deep pools there. Godot's huge, Rust is huge, and where they intersect is kind of chaotic. But I also imagine it's going to be the same. Like if you're looking at, integrating Rust with any sort of C++ project, you're going to have these sorts of quirks. The way that they use inheritance in Rust here that maps to the C++ stuff. They're using dref to support that. Is interesting, but different. All right, so end is 2, 1. Anything else? I ooh, I'd learn Rust first. I, there's so much going on with Rust and Godot. I would work on learning some other little pieces of Rust first, like get the basics of Rust figured out first. And just little projects, go through some of the rustling stuff, whatever it is, do some exercises with Rust, and then jump in. There's going to be some gotchas with Rust, and mixing those with the gotchas of Godot, that's a bit to bite off. Like for me, I started learning Rust and working on the game server. Then once I got comfortable with Rust, I started to pull Rust into the game client, which was already written in Godot. I had a little bit of an understanding of Godot. I had been writing GD script before. Um, cool. Yep. And a lot of the what is it? His name Nathaniel with GD Quest. He's got some stuff on YouTube that'll help you understand the basics of Godot. Um, Check it out. This is all using GD script, his stuff. So don't worry about that, but at least the concepts will carry over. Oh yeah. Yeah, if you're starting to understand Godot, just getting the mental model of Godot coming from either Unreal or Unity or any other game engine like Bevy, they're all different. And Godot takes a different sort of stance. One that I like in that pretty much everything's a scene, right? So it's just turtles all the way down, and I don't know it's nice. Okay, so let's work on vertical constraints only, or vertical constraints. Left, left, our left. Are these correct? These must be correct. Yeah, those look right. Okay. On which OS compiled Godot game can run? Um, Actually, quite a bit. Quite a bit. Is it in features? Might be in features. Here. Windows, Mac OS, Linux. Windows? Here. What's UWP? I don't know what that is. Any of the BSTs? Mobile, iOS, and Android. Consoles, Switch, PS4, Xbox One, and via third-party providers. So you don't get these out of the box. HTML and yeah. I want to see a little read more. Third-party support. Lone Wolf Technology and Pineapple Works. Offer Switch and Xbox One. Offer Switch and PS4. Hmm. Okay. So creating REST API with Rust is a bit of a pain at the moment. Oh, really? I mean, there's quite a few different projects that make that straightforward. Are we web yet? I mean, Rocket. Goodness, Rocket nearly does it for you. Ooh, Thruster's new. I don't know that one. Warp? Warp's fun. Here, I haven't used Rocket. I just keep staring at it. I mean, that's not that much. That's pretty straightforward. Forms, check. JSON, out of the box. Oh, this is rocket.rs. So this is Rocket, which I've never used. And then there's, yes, thank you, Xanacron, arewewebyet.com. Are we web yet? There's a number of websites for things like this. There seems to be some sort of common pattern for a bunch of these Rust things, like are we game yet? Yeah, game yet. There's are we game yet? There's like are we learning yet? Oh no, yet. What in the world? Are we learning yet? There it is. Are we eat yet? Yes. Yeah, there's a bunch of these. Morning, Mousix. Oh, and thank you for the host, Anti. How you doing? So yeah, there's a number of these. I don't know if there's like a top level one, but a top level one would probably be a good thing. Are we yet? Are we there yet? See, that would be a good one. Are we there yet? All right. Got Godot closed down. So in this case, we're just going to work on the top and the bottom constraint. Yeah, I'm always getting them wrong too. Got to hit the search engine. All right, for this one, I'm just going to have left and right to be equal to strong because we're going to work on top and bottom at the moment. Okay. Oh yeah, and then you are we Rust yet? GUI yet? IDE yet? IPFS yet? That's actually where I got that IPFS thing. Peer-to-peer network. Fast yet? I actually go to this one. Didn't think of that one earlier. Huh. Interesting. Oh wow. Are we dead yet? It's no longer maintained. Wow. Are we dubstep yet? Oh, I see. These aren't all. Are we fission yet? Huh. Can't see. All right. Just a moment. All right. I'd left the door locked. All right. So we're gonna have the top constraint here. Just get them in the same order. Top, bottom. Those look good. Just let that build. Give it a run. All right. The border box is just there for helping us align. It's stacked, right? Now, we get into align here. We want our vertical alignment. To start. Oh, it does nothing. Wait, where's... Okay. And if we change space, the width, okay. The text is responsive. Good. We're not adding those extra constraints in text. So we don't have to worry about those. It's just space and a line. A line should have the same size as space does. Because that's how text is getting its width, right? It's not... And it should be passed in via these constraints here. If we didn't do this, so that's a good test. If we didn't do that, then our width shouldn't be responsive there. Close that, do it again. What IDE is that? Which one? Sorry, I missed it. Are we talking about Godot? Or I'm using NeoVim with COC. And this here's Godot. Yeah, okay, so the width isn't propagating down, what we expected. So yeah, that's fine. And text here, or a line rather, vertical alignment, end, didn't do anything. It actually set the text bottom to 3. Oh yeah, this is Godot. You can edit, GD script in here. It's got a language server, all sorts of stuff. Okay. The bottom of the text got set, but not the top of the text. Why? Okay, let's come back to Kitty. We go down here. The child top didn't get set. I mean, the constraint should have been removed. The previous one. Right? Right? Create constraint, add constraint. Okay, that deregisters, creates, and then re-registers. So that should be pretty consistent. Constraints.add. And in this case, we want the bottom here strong. Oh, did we get, because we didn't specify that top. Did the client create, did the text create its own constraint? I'm looking for that text. Let's close the scene and open it again. Yes, adding width constraint. Oh, interesting. It added the width constraint. So we have text right set. Okay. Well, that's good. It was able to detect that. This is the first time we've seen that work. There we go. Now you won't recognize me. Got my Clark Kent glasses on. Or are these the Superman ones? I don't know. All right. So that added a width constraint for the text, which is great. The thing that we're not seeing here, a couple lines there. Go to a line, set to end. If we go to start, it says text bottom is equal to that. Why didn't it do text top? And if we go to end, we have bottom updating again. So text top isn't moving. In fact, text bottom just gets set again. All right, I'm going to draw this. What do we have? What is alacrity? No, not alacrity. A sprite. Okay. Put a 100%. There we go. What do we have? We have space, which is this outer one. Whoa. Okay. Got that. That's space. Now inside of that, we have, somewhere inside of it, we have text. And text is defining its own width, but not its own height. Oh, that's interesting. So if it sets its width, it actually has to set its, constrain its height too. Because there's nothing that actually pins those together. Oh. Oh. See, all I had to do was draw it out. Yeah, and we split this up on purpose. Maybe we just set a weak constraint? Actually, why can't we have a strong constraint here always for our height? We can always set our height. Our height must be this. As what if we treated our height as more of an actual thing, like a real side effect, right? Like given a width, our height is required to be something else. Oh. Can limit the Godot label using min size or size flags. Schmill York, good morning. We're not using the Godot label. We're using a different one. We made this one. Okay. The tessellated font object. We're making meshes out of font data. Which means that this could live in 3D space with all sorts of other cool stuff. So, that's pretty cool. I like it so far. Sorry about the Starlink bits. I wasn't expecting the weather to have so much of an effect. Basically doubled our drop rate today. But still, it's faster than everything else I have available. Let's see if it affects the speed. Maybe a little bit, huh? Unless somebody else is doing stuff. Let's see. Yeah, it hit 61.4 in the app. Okay, do it again. Okay, it didn't affect it that much. Wow. Okay. That plus our stream. That works. All right, narrative. Take care. See you in a bit. Okay, so if we do treat the height as always being a thing, then the height will get set, it will be required, and then it should move around. Let's try it. Save and close that. Start, end, still nothing. Oh, well, that's different. Text already had constraints. Interesting. Okay. I see we're doing this twice now. I think I'm going to change to stand-up mode. Got a little hand crank here. I gotta turn it. That's great for a standing desk. I got one of these workbenches out of some big box warehouse store, like Home Depot or something. Apparently, I can't crank and talk at the same time. It's so difficult. There we go. Okay. Where we go. Launch that again, and hopefully this time we don't get the text error. Oh, it's on the bottom. Look at that. Oh, lovely. Okay, and then if we go to a line, start, and end. So beautiful. Okay, now if we go back to text, bring that in. Okay, we're going to save that. And we are going to put back. So interesting. So we will occasionally add the width constraint, but we always have a height constraint. But what happens if our height changes? Let's say, oh, actually we need a width constraint to make that work, don't we? take this and put it on the put it on space directly. There it goes. Okay. Okay. That does seem to work. Comes back and forth. Yeah. A little wide though. I wonder why it's doing that. This border box just not catching the width. Or is that our width constraint? Adding height constraint. Thank you. See that now. Scroll back up. Ah, yes, they're not rendering text because I think we deleted the text at that point. Oh. Yeah, there's test. And we can vertically align it. Oh, let's put it back in there. Start and end. See, text is still too big, or moving it around causes issues. We know this. Yeah, child didn't have, okay. Give it a save. Close and reopen that scene. I've got a bug. Okay. That works great. Come back to align. Gonna enable center. Center should work then. Although I'm not sure why we would need to have the weak top and bottom. Why do we need that? Can we get rid of that? That means our top and bottom wouldn't be set. It might work for text, maybe not something else. Like a box, a border box it might not work for. Might actually be okay though. I'm going to, just don't do that. Back out. Gonna comment out the weak ones for a moment. So we're doing that. We're gonna do two things at once. Okay. And comment out the weak ones here. All right. Shut down Godot. So we can reload that shared library. Gotta pour some more tea. Oh. The next compile I'll pour. Uh-oh. Object was deleted while awaiting a callback. Oh, fancy. Why did it do that over and over and over again? Message queue ran out of memory. Interesting. Apparently we were adding a constraint over and over and over again. Can't even scroll up far enough. Does page up work? Page up doesn't work. Oh, there we go. So it just keeps adding the same constraint over and over and over again. 4 megabyte worth? Wow. Impressive. Impressive. So now we have like our little infinite loop, but it's always the same thing. Draw the text, add the constraint. Draw the text, add the constraint. These numbers aren't changing either. If I make this one longer, yeah, now you don't even see it changing. It's still scrolling up. It's just that they are exactly the same. Oh, and thank you. The id of Alan? Thank you for the follow. Yeah, that just goes on forever. So, what it might be. I mean, maybe this keeps it stable by having that other sort of weak tug on it. Huh. I was going to pour some tea while that built. All right. Wow, that made all the difference. Okay. Line. Can we do center? Yes, we can. Okay. Start. Good. Now if we do end. No. Center. That's strange. Start, center, end. Did it crash? Okay, let's go to start. Reload it. That doesn't look like start. Why didn't that save? Hmm. Okay, start. If we go to center, add those back. Is having that sort of weak pull on like the left and the right seems to give it a bit more width. Like here, if we come back, see here, it added a width constraint. And then I think at some point that didn't get cleared, maybe. No, because it should have gotten cleared here. Let's go back to start, save, close. Okay. Okay. Let's go to center. The left and right, they're flipped. Text bottom. Okay. It added a height constraint. Don't care about that at the moment. But the left is on the right side of the right. They're flipped. They're crossed over. That's not good. Okay. Too much vocal. child left minus our left, and our right minus child right. What is this constraint here? Basically, we want these things to be equal. Right, so the space on the left should equal the space on the right. Should this be the same? I mean, we're doing sort of flipped, right? So our difference minus their difference. Oh, what's going on here? Yeah, see here, it seems to be working. But is our left and right different? Or is this just because it didn't get set? Some value didn't get set. You know what we could do? We should do. Should add some unit tests. It's gone. It's just, there is no, oh, it's way over there. Okay. Center. How about start and end? Okay. Okay. It is time. But can we do this without being in Godot? Yeah, we could. Gotta pull this stuff apart though. But having proper tests on this would help a lot. We'd see near immediately, like when things broke. Yeah, see, it's even like Godot has infiltrated it all. It does make unit tests harder here. Quite a bit, so. Unless, of course, we do the tests via Godot. Was a chat reset? Hey, actually, we just set it to ignore you. Kidding, kidding. Keyboard not found. Press F1 to continue. Good morning, Verduda. Bear Cool Cow says, Muma. How you doing? Okay, so what are we going to do here? The Godot unit test kind of makes sense. Oh, we're all friends. We're all friends, man. How's your head? Feeling better today? That is hot. That is better than the alternative. It's much better than the alternative. All right. Oh, your lights. Did you get your lights? Wow. Yeah? Do they have a little buzz to them, a little whine hum to them? My current one does. Feels a little tinnitusy. Not at all. Oh, nice. Oh, it's not you. Oh, goodness. Um, it's not. I think the transformer is actually not in the unit. Transformer's on the desk. But it's not the transformer that's actually doing the whining. Let's see. To answer your question, though, the voltage here. Let's see. Well, do you want the output voltage or the input? It's 14 volts here, 5 amps. The output on this transformer. And we're running, 120 volts. Um, but it's actually from the oh, okay, not transformer noise. Gotcha. No, it's in this thing somewhere. I don't know where. I can't really hear it with the headset on. It's just when I have that off. And it's subtle, like just subtle enough that it's gonna annoy you. With a dimmer, could be. 'Cause I know sometimes if I get the knob just right, it doesn't care anymore. Fine. So, ooh, it flickered after I tapped on it. Hmm. All right. Did you put batteries in yours? 'Cause I don't have batteries in this one. And I wonder if that makes a difference. It helps like smooth it out. Let me see. Got a little remote. Yeah, the little knob there is kind of funky. We go all the Huh. I don't know. All right, so that was kind of working on one issue right now. And while getting the alignment working would be really, really nice, that one works. That works just great. Okay, so let's undo that then. Have our right equal to child right. Is there another way we could express this? Go to text. What if we had this? What if we did this every time? Right? As soon as we add the width constraint, it's going to mess up our measure, right? Because now our constraint is going to be there. Could actually have two constraints. But I think what's happening is that we end up not getting one of the values set. So we need some sort of constraint always set for this. Let's say this one's always weak. That way we always have at least some width, right? And it can be overridden. This isn't saying that this must be this width. This is a weak suggestion as to what the width should be. Okay. Now, that built. Godot with kick. Oh, look at that. It's in the middle. I think we figured it out. Look at that. Line. Center. End. Oh, end is not correct. We did get center working. Okay. Center. End. Well, it's not bad. We got like 6 out of the 9 positions working. Huh. And no go on that. The horizontal. Why? Okay, if we go, say, end to end, close it. Okay, got a little space there. What do we get for text? Adding width constraint. Okay. Because we're always doing that now. We add the weak one, right? Text top. That looks good. Text bottom is 3. Text right is set here, but not text left. Why is the right set to 5.9? It's nearly 6. That is all the way over. Oh, but our text left, that did not get set. You know, I think that should have happened after we added that width constraint. There's something else that's... I mean, maybe we bump up the weight on that? Set it to medium? And we could make it strong, but then we're going to start overriding our settings in other cases. Which is why we were only setting this occasionally before, when we could figure out, well, has this been set? Maybe there's a better way to do that check? Okay. Oh, look at that. It's on the bottom right. A week wasn't enough. I don't get cassowary completely. Like, what was conflicting with this? That we had to bump it up to medium. There should have been nothing. That's good, actually. This is good. Okay, so I want to try this without. I'm going to turn off. Oh, you know what we can do now? We can copy and we can paste. Oh, look at that. Okay, so let's turn this one off. Identical version here. Oh, interesting. We actually got the glyphs too, the generated things. Ha! Okay. And if we change test? Okay. Yeah, we gotta erase those. Delete those. Yes. Bye-bye. Okay. There we go. Good. Oh. Is this going to be a problem? Okay, now we're back to the width being constrained when it shouldn't be. All right. Top and bottom. Yeah, now it's that width constraint. It's because we don't have a width constraint being passed in for whatever reason. If we do center, center, close that, we're going to get rid of the second one for now. Save. Close it. Open it. Okay. One more time. Forgot to clear it. Okay, there we go. What do we get? Top. Okay. Start at the top. We got space. I got set. Order box. Bottom right. It only got bottom and right. But that does mean the left and top are 0. Text got left. Right. Top. Did not get bottom. Bottom's down here. We got left and right of like 6, right? That's a lot. That's pretty good. Then it added a width constraint. Added a height constraint. Width, height, width, height. Wow. Why did it add so many? Did it render that many times? Okay. For whatever reason, it rendered Then our left and right is like minuscule, right? For whatever reason, that got set to tiny. All right, we need more debugging there. That's just not. At least debug out what's going on here. I suspect we're shy one character in this. There should be one extra character. Each time it goes a little thinner, little thinner, little thinner, little thinner. And we should see that here. This is the issue. And maybe when we change the text, we should clear the constraints. Ooh. Yeah. Okay, reset and layout. Render state. Reset. What is that? Okay, that's our Godot stuff. Then we call layout. Maybe we shouldn't call layout there. What if we defer to call to layout? Okay. But first, we cleared our constraints. We do this instead. Give the constraint solver a moment to call us and tell us, hey, you need to be doing something else, right? Yeah, that should work. Okay. And then we'll see if this is an issue. All right. Adding with constraint. 0.29. What? How in the world? I'm staring at this one right here. I mean, no wonder. The first time through it's wrong. We haven't even added our own constraints. It's telling us it's wrong. My wife's back there. She's like, let me help. You're wrong. All right. So in this case, the settings going into our system here are wrong. Line width here. Line width. Thank you. Oh, look at that. Now it's behaving. All we did was debug that value. Line width. Fine. And let's break it. There we go. That's getting scaled up by quite a bit. The width constraint here should be bigger. I don't know, should it? It's about right, given the right left here. A little bit smaller than that. Minus 2.40725 is about 1.17. Okay. It's exactly that. That's good. Surprising. Okay. I had the full width there. We started to adjust it. Went down. And then it never came back up. Now, why would it not come back up? Because of the constraints, right? Bottom and top are getting set, but not left and right. After this point here, like we never improve on the width. Yeah, now it's even thinner. We just used eyes there. Use a W. Okay. It goes, oh, look, I went to infinity. That's interesting. So when we change that, come in here. First term, please. Thank you. Reset and layout. What? You get a sudden urge to do Pascal? You haven't had enough of your one-based languages? It's gonna be Lua next. Careful, man. It's a slippery slope. Feels like the constraints here aren't actually clearing out. Like, layout just getting called far, far in the future. Which is getting called first? DBG, this one, or see, I was thinking that it was going to be this one here. I wanted this one to be called first, but deferred update would have been called. Let's see, because if they're called out of order, that's our problem. Because our width and height still didn't get updated. Oh, we could actually reset our width and height, can't we? Ooh, okay, that's worth an idea. Actually, can we just do that? Wait for the variables to come in? We have variable update here? Probably not. It's not like we can reset all of them. Like, which ones do we reset? So we can set width, height, top, and bottom, left, right, top, bottom to 0. But then we have to get the values somehow. That just seems weird. All right, let's see which one of those gets called first. You know what? Okay. Ta-da. Ta-da. All right. Interesting. Go to text. Yeah. Change it. Now, when we do that, say I add another W. Okay, so each time I wasn't sure how much of this was actually getting generated each time we tab back and forth. It looks like we just get that one thing. Add a W. So text 994, that's the reset, I believe. Oh, that's layout? Why was layout getting called right away? This one should have been called first. That one got called first. Ooh, okay. That's not good. Problem is I don't know which values were actually caused by the constraints that we added. So maybe we do have like the two sets of values then. The problem really spawns because of the kind of mystical properties of cassowary, not actually telling us what the values are for every value. The zero might not be set issue thing. Ugh. Okay, so I'm gonna take a gamble here. Self dot top 0 0.0. And we're gonna comment that out. Just resetting our state. And eventually layout should get invoked. Set this. We will then get our render triggered again, our layout triggered, and we will add the correct constraints. So what's happening is we clear it all and then set it right away. Not good. So Bear Duda, did you do Pascal in the past? Like a long time sort of thing? Still doing it. Oh, you did? What'd you do with Pascal? Turbo Pascal and Delphi in the 90s. Oh, that's cool. It's still doing the same thing. We had 98 first. Did it not pick up our changes? I mean, that should have gotten called. Deregister constraints. Come in here. Remove constraints on layout. That is a deferred update, which should then later call update, in which we see on 159. Okay, so 159 or 158 is called at the end. What's calling this? It's calling 98, first off. Turbo Pascal was mostly for BBS and door stuff. Oh, very cool. Oh, I missed that. I missed that. See, enter tree gets called. Is it getting called from here? Enter tree calls it. Oh. I mean, what else calls that? Layout. And then invoke deferred. Variable update. I mean, maybe that did unset something? Some Delphi in the early 2000s as well? Oh. You learned, John. Say, John says, I learned Turbo Pascal because it was one of the first compilers that did not require you to pay royalties for commercial code. Wow. Wow. John Doe Norris. I know, I see John Don. I want to do Don Juan. Like one of my favorite movies is like your other boot. For it. Kids losing shoes. All right. John Doe Norris. It'll just take me a bit. Hopefully I get it. Which F1 driver? What? Why? Why? All I did was hit W. Then we got, okay, so 199 in text. Why did layout get called directly? Who called this? That needs a question mark, doesn't it? Because who's calling that? Who's calling layout? Especially when we didn't see the other places actually get their debugs tagged. Right here we see the properties getting set. Yep. So here's layout. Layout happens. So these 4 lines here should not be happening yet. Should start with this. Actually, it should start with this one. 81 never happened. Why did 81 not happen? Because we're not calling reset and layout. We're just calling layout directly. Okay. All right, I see. It's me. It's my problem. You're calling layout. Londo Norris. Oh, John Doe Norris and Londo Norris. Got you. Londo Norris. Hmm. All right, so really for this layout text, or no, reset text, something like that. Here, what if we just did reset and layout first? Get rid of that panic, because now we know it was me calling it. Londo is sometimes short for Orlando. Orlando Calrissian? So yeah, I think we're trying to avoid resetting the render state here. Yeah, see, those are fine. We actually just need to do this here. So if we did one of these with like a reset text and layout, probably be okay. Have I seen the Godot web editor? I have not. I have not. I don't understand the purpose of it. I mean, unless it's just to make sure that all of Godot can be compiled to WASM, that's fine, right? That's neat. But why would you load it up in a browser? Lando's actually a big Twitch streamer. His tag on his channel is that he's a part-time Twitch streamer and occasionally drives an F1 car. That's funny. And what was Landonus Balthasar Calrissian? That's actually Lando's full name. I mean, you're brought up for a name toggle, a name switch, aren't you? I mean, you could go like Bear Landonis Balthasar Calrissian Muma. Or something, you know. Maybe shorten it a little bit. You know, mobile editor incoming. Yeah. Who knows? All right. All right. Actually, it's doing pretty well, isn't it? Start. End. Both of those are good. Shorten the text. That's odd. Oh, hold on a sec. Gotta authorize computer usage. There we go. Okay, did that just crash? Wrong terminal. Oh, it did. Oh, unknown glyph. And sometimes it does this. And poor kids? No. No. I mean, part of it's actually to make sure that each one gets about the same amount of time. Okay, so let's try changing it subtly, just a little bit. Why, oh, wait, let's add a question mark. Oh, what did it do? Text 81. They called layout. We had top. Top 0. Right. 5 0. Okay. Then text 99. That's layout, isn't it? So 0 each. Indeterminate. Yes. All right, but the distance between left and right should be nearly 6. But for some reason we set the width constraint as 4. Why? Y4. And then it flipped over. What's with that kind of right there? Right there. Okay. Okay. And that flips. Why? It's a little too verbose now. But it's rendering multiple times. Four. Left is 0. Line width, not actually helpful here. That's a scaled version, right? Okay. Got those. Clean up some of these DBGs. Want that one, want that one. Line width? What are we doing with line width anyways? We pass that in. Do we do anything else with line width? No. We call layout a width. Look at this here. Multiply that by the scale. Okay, that shouldn't be getting called. And then in update variables, that can go away. All right. Close that. Good morning, Void Comp Phil. How you doing? Still got that magical little border there. All right, so layout 158 it's called, right? Then also layout 158. Layout 158. Yes. Update gets called. Great. Text 11. Okay, so we get layout. We get adding constraint. Now, why do we add the constraint that's 3.691? Because we end up dropping the width here. And why does text 111 get called again? I mean, who's calling it then? I mean, this one I understand, but after these are called, why is this one updated? All right, who could possibly call this? Oh, no. Enter tree, but we didn't see this DBG. I mean, other than that, layout should be private. Unless it's Godot calling it again? In which case, it could be these properties getting set. Let me just create a couple little shallow functions, but so we can tell. Set line height and reset color. Okay. One of those, each one, DBG. So we can tell what's happening. Reset text. And layout. All right. All right. So 111 got called, which should be the set text, yes? You should just name them. Okay, that's reset text, great. Followed by layout 158, which is going to be it actually doing these things here. We call deferred. Oh, we did this once for each deferral. Oh. Of course. Okay, so there is some other bug. We only want to do this if we're not already doing this. Self dot waiting layout is equal true. And we only do this if it's not self dot Waiting layout. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I went through that last week. Where it's poking you, kind of curls in, like, ah. That's okay now. All right. We should probably have some other sort of like a layout deferred or something like deferred layout. Too many things are called layout. Ready. Layout node ready. Oh, we have to pass owner for all of these. Okay. Okay, we are passing owner through. Great. Just making sure. You know, never get past the itching phase? You don't know how people do it? Stubbornness. I mean, okay, now we should have fewer of these calls. There we go. All right. So, where to? Again. We should have fewer elements being spammed out. All right. Okay, good. Nothing yet. A. We added an A. Fantastic. Okay. Much less rendering. So 249 did the deferred render, deferred layout. That was because of the first property was set. Now the second, third, and fourth property didn't do that because of that guard. Now we have text 126. That must be layout. Get the layout. And then we render again. No, now we get more properties, and then we render again. Step 1, become a masochist. Oh, Professor Dumbledank, thank you for the follow. Okay. Well, that's much improved. But why? Okay. So if we do this and we delete the A, why does it wrap? It shouldn't wrap. Oh, it actually went further. It went one more, didn't it? This one did it once, twice, and this one did it 1, 2, 4 times. Oh. You can see it actually got smaller, smaller. Here, here, here. And then it's like, ah, no, you're good. You're good right there. We changed the text once. That's called. There's settings. Okay, that's should be nearly width constraint. Wait, why is it so large? That's because of left and right. I was looking at top and right. So this should be the width of our text. Suspect it's not. But then why? I think it's dividing the width here. It's fine until you get to right there. Oh. Right there. And it feels like that constraints is doing it. Here. Yeah. 6 wide. So you know what? We're adding our own constraint. We're gonna be that. Wait, what if we always just added a 1 to that? Does that fix that? Okay, so what I'm suspecting, I don't know, I'm just gonna check. Is this width layout? Left plus width. So this will be width plus 1.0. I want to know if the width that we get back and that we scale is then actually too small to draw it in again. Yeah. Okay. But now we're actually fighting against. Well, now the other wrapping's not taking effect. Oh, it did. I see, but Cassowary has actually done this for us. Okay. So this constraint is actually just way too strong. That's at medium. I think it does have to actually do with the width. Um, did this again. We get the same without. So in this section here, this is going to come through and it's going to say, hey, that line width needs to be divided by scale. So first width, oh, friends, there we go. Maybe we should be rounding up there. U32 is just going to trim it, right? It's going to drop the, that might be the error. Okay. I'm going to look, see what we have here. Check it. Okay. Hopefully it doesn't crash Godot, setting that thing twice in one iteration. Zero, zero. Actually, these look just fine. Huh. Okay, that's surprising. But that's good. That's really good. So if that's the case, then it really is just the constraints. And in this case, we only want to add the constraint. We haven't been given a constraint. How do we know if we've been given a constraint? This top and bottom, one of them will be set. Or rather left and right. We did this like divided by 2.0. Kind of lessen the strength. It just feels so magical though. Oh, we still have the +1. Okay. We can do this. Say the right minus the left equal. But I do think the trick comes in trying to figure out whether or not these constraints have been set. I guess the constraints are all set. It's whether or not the variable's been set up somewhere else. And Skullhorn, thank you for the follow. Or is it for the raid? Thank you for the raid. How you doing? Welcome, Raiders. How was your stream today? Whoa. That's not supposed to happen. I got the math wrong there. Adding width constraint. That's a bit too small. See, why would it even do that? It's just much too small. I mean, it should have. Here, if we please some of that, all of it. That's not even not setting its width up. So our left is set to 6. Oh, those are backwards. Our left is on the wrong side. Thank you, constraint solver. See, the right's the higher value here. The right minus the left should be equal to the width. The right in this case is the left plus the width. Fine. Have it your way. Oh, you had a network outage yesterday. Oh, you disappeared suddenly. I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. Kind of chilling. Trying to get this working. Morning, Sure Shack. Okay. Save, close, quit. Ready? Now the width is actually set to weak. Weak. If instead we say, hey, you know what? We know the best. We know best. This is required to be that. Then that's going to make it, that's going to force it to be the width here. That if somebody changes the text, resizes, let's say, the parent container, things get a little hairy. The OAuth problem. Yes. Yeah, basically we're using a token that we got off some website. When you say it that way, it's like, it doesn't sound all that secure. But yeah, there's a third-party website where you can go and generate a token that you can use inside of an app like ours. I can get that for you if you're interested. I think we're gonna have to do one thing after this, like resetting the constraints whenever the other constraints change. A. There's letter A. B, C, D. Huh. Not good. F. Came through here. Left is still on the wrong side. Why is it on the wrong side? Did I like flip a sign or something? X right, X left. In the world. Thing with strained. I mean, that's a tiny number. And our left is right. So these are much closer together because we did that. But left now is correct. But up here, our width is just horribly off. I think it's because right was never set. In which case, to change this, if unscaled width is less than or equal to 0, oh, can't see the chat. Let's close this, save it. Oh yes, Twitch token generator. Yeah, let's you skip that. Auto flow. So all you care about is the token. If it was going to be something that was a little bit more industrial, then we'd fill it out. We'd build out that flow. Oh, look at that. And it's wrapping. Left, right. Okay, so it's basically infinite at the moment. We add a width constraint and a height constraint. Now we get our left, top, right. Those are set. The difference between these looks like it's about that value. Yep. Do that, and then nothing changed at that point. What's layout 158 again? Oh. Yeah, it just comes in here, but there aren't any changes. That's fine. Okay. Then, if we add another value like W, should not be on the next line. Okay. First width constraint, 2.42. And we add a constraint, it gets smaller, smaller. All right, so why does this go down to that? Double the line height. So basically we're giving something to text that makes it want to wrap. I imagine that's just the width. But is it still not infinity? Right is 0, left. So it should still be set to infinity. What if we chose a different value instead of infinity? Like just something huge. Like infinity minus 1. Max. Where's this used? Only used in one place. I mean, really, that's a U32 max. Let's convert that to U32 here. Okay. No longer need this. That's funny. All right. I term. There we go. It still gets smaller. 2.4, 1.8, 1.8. Is the value we pass in changing? This is frustrating. I mean, hopefully that doesn't change. It's on 169 there. Okay, that one's huge. And this one, probably not big enough. It comes through. We add a constraint. Is that the correct line width? Let's see. We get it from layout to width. Layout to width from width here. This is multi-line layout width. Now that value, that gets set. Of that width, replace there. It's max width here. Max width. So width of the character plus the offset. All right. And that seems okay. Does seem okay. All right. We're just trying to make that gap a little. Yeah, see, that's okay. All right, but it's too big. It's too big. So we're overpowering the thing. Okay. So line width 31277. Why is it always the same? Oh, that's actually. Did he do it 4 times? Wait. And there's a space. B. Oh. What's this? What's the type there? I mean, that should be a U32, right? Layout width. Oh, it's an F32. Okay. Plus 100 divided by scale. Scale's an F32. That's fine. $32. The line width actually seems reasonable for the number of characters. Each character is like, I don't know, 1,500 units wide. Now, I'll bet that there's just an issue with this. But there's some place we should be using a equal sign, like less than or equal to, or greater than or equal to. Okay, let's go to test. Yeah. Exact width. What if we say that this must be wrapped exactly on the width? All right. First, we're just going to get a value. So, 3G positions. I want to see what the output is. Okay, didn't actually do much there. All right, 114. That's the A character. And what should be happening is we get the last one, get the width of it and its offset. Can we get last? Or do we have to reverse it and then get last? Okay. So 23,931. 3, 1. The same values, right? 2782. Yeah, those are exactly the same. So this works. Okay, let's token equals position on last. We'll match it. So letter P, line 0. This offset 49. Oh, where did it move? Oh, because there is no next one. That's the last one. Okay. Whole thing should work. Yep. And what happens if we drop that down by just a smidge? Put it 0. Wraps? It wrapped. See, that should be on line 1. Good. Offset 0. Fine. I guess technically, we know that this with this font should be 23,931. What if we did that here? Pass in 23,931. And in Godot, turn that up to P. A, B, C, D, E, F, J, K. Okay. It's fine. This should not wrap. Right, we're giving it exactly the right amount there. Good. Smaller than this. Debug that. DBG line width. And we can compare that versus 13,900. What's that? 23,931. Compare those. Okay. That's bigger. Well, that's the plus 100 that we did. We had 100 to it. And where's that? Oh, down here. We had it there. In the constraint. Okay. Because we're passing in 29 or 23,931. This is just 100 off. Like exactly. Huh. Still muted. All right, there we go. Yeah, there we go. That's exactly right. Except for this one. Wait, why is that one larger? And then let's pretend that this should wrap. Q. Good. And in this case, we're trying to set the line width much smaller. It's fine. I think all I've done is convince myself that this code is okay. We don't have a width, use the max, otherwise use what's given. Maybe do the same check again. I wonder if this is going to flip-flop back and forth, because that constraint is going to get removed, it's going to get added, but the variable is not going to get unset, is it? Oh, this is weird. I don't like this. I really need to take a moment, break, stand back, look at that. Yeah, it's flip-flopping. And if we just said, oh, you know what, this is a weak one, that's not going to work. Already tried that. No, that doesn't work. Yeah. Now we're back to where we were. Hey, Kafka. How you doing? And that shows up there, but if you try to programmatically set that to text, it takes too long. If we start the whole thing, text is actually getting set up here. Let's try it again. Very beginning. Okay. Okay. But our text isn't getting set here. Rerun it. I think it works. All right, we should be back now. Let's test it. Oh, look. Mr. Ozzy loves this song. Who else loves this song? I love it so much. All right. No, audio was gone. Testing 1, 2. Oh, it is gone. Are we there yet? There we go. Okay, I see it now. You guys hear me now? Can you hear me now? Hey, can you hear me? Testing 1, 2. Test, 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 test. No. So maybe this will work. Let me know if you hear this. If you don't, I'm just going to go back under the desk and cry. Yeah. Who knows? Nothing? No? All right. just. All right. Or in text to speech? Yeah. Ooh, ooh. That's funny. So let me know if this is working. Now, I know that viewers are climbing. They're going up. What? Okay, give me a couple minutes and then I'll come over and check, okay? It's gonna take me like 5 minutes. Just wait. Thanks for hanging out, y'all.